What's up, everybody? Probably no viewers. We'll see how it goes. Kitty cat. Oh. She got the runs. The good kind where she's skedaddling. Okay. Game audio is blasting. Let us fix that on your guys' end. Boop, 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 boop. How about that? Okay, I think that's a little bit better on the audio. I should be talking at least a little bit louder than the audio. Let's go to preset 2. This is where I keep all my grounds. Well, if it would stay on army, which it doesn't ever. Look at this. All of it. Switch over. And nothing is real. Okay, today I'm just thinking we play some ground. When I get bored of ground, we'll continue to grind air. And yeah, that's about it. I've been really liking just playing around with some of these quote-unquote lower tier countries, like Italy, for example. Their tech tree is very, for army at least, very interesting. You don't get anything decent until like, well, at least rank 3, honestly, because you get the copy of the, where is it, Sherman V, but I digress. Let's get these guys trained. And, I am pretty much solely an air player, so this is interesting. And let's just do the lowest. Let's do loader. Agility, I'm guessing this is reload. No. Replacement. Oh, there's reload. Right. And range finding. Cool. Pull up this. Just checking my bitrate chat. I should be dual streaming onto YouTube as well. I haven't checked to see if that's actually running, but yeah, it's not bad. Do need to figure this out though. Sorry guys, I'm trying to pay my mortgage. You know, the new year, you know. Well, see, the problem is my
Equipaggio in posizione.
Preparatevi! Carista pronto.
Payment from my mortgage company. They had switched who they use to process everything, so the transfer now goes through a different company. So what I got to do is figure out. They sent me something in the mail here. I got to figure out how I actually send in my payment. But because they're transferring everyone's account, they gave me like a 20-day leeway, so I won't get a late fee, even though it's due today. But did I set up keybinds for my ground? No, I did not. Oh well. Oh! Wasn't paying attention. I swear I would have had at least a singular keybind, but it is what it is. Damn, he is out there. I'm not gonna get any damage on that. I'm gonna out over here. Looks like they're at B. Everyone went to A. I'm gonna move up this here. I guess not. There's a tiny rock there. Oh my god, this thing's handling is horrendous. Is there an invisible wall there? What is this? The tiniest rocks get me. Chat, what am I gonna do? Oh my lord. This is a bad spot. I'm pulling back. I'm gonna just go marker down at A. Should be a good spot. Just peek the ridge here.
The enemy controls most of the strategic zones.
Siamo stati colpiti!
Come on, man. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need you peeking me from that side. Binoculars? Nope. Wall still too high. Okay. Artillery, huh?
Siamo stati colpiti!
Carro armato! A bruciapelo!
I apparently didn't get hit by any of that artillery, or it's still coming in.
In aria!
Siamo stati colpiti!
Good stuff, good stuff.
Carro armato! Ora in 11! A bruciapelo!
There you go. There's your gunner. Oh, boy. Man, for some reason I knew he was still out on that ridge somewhere. That's wild. Huh. Okay. Sure. Let's just keep it going where the battle is. There's no reason to. Well, actually, now that I don't have any, well, Since that I don't have any keybinds, I'm gonna as well use my other mouse here. It's a little more lightweight,
Avanzare!
easier to.
Ricevuto, avanziamo.
I'm just trying to remember if any of my keybinds were set up. No. Well, chat was set up. Looks like we're going for B, so I'm gonna follow suit.
Multiple zones are taken by the enemy.
It's not ideal. Took A back, and that's oh yeah, this road doesn't go over here. Just do some damage while we're here. Oh yeah, actually, keybinds do something.
Carro armato a ore 11. Distanza 350.
What? Oh, that's the highlight.
Aviazione in arrivo.
I don't have night vision because it's okay. So I did set these up,
Avanziamo.
but
Bersaglio colpito.
that Panther's gonna get angry at me. How did I do that? Where my target's above. Oh boy. I definitely did a lot of messing around with my. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I did have mouse buttons targeted to that.
In area.
Siamo stati colpiti. Bersaglio colpito.
Okay, let's reposition here. Oh, see Kitty in the corner. She taking a lick of water.
Carro
So
armato
cute.
a ore 11. Distanza 450.
They look like he's coming for me. Hi.
Sì, siamo stati colpiti.
Back. Yeah, sure. Let me just run over here real quick. There we go. Almost hit my teammate. That's okay. No. Right.
The enemy has
This
captured
plane
most of
feels
the strategic
super
zones.
weird in ground battle. Is that just me? looks safe to say that if we capture A right now, it should be okay. That being said, need to figure out.
Siamo stati colpiti!
He got wrecked though. Teammate right behind me. Well, hopefully team pulls out on that one, but never know. Let's go to hangar. Let's actually see what our tree has here. So that's disgusting. That's not a light tank. I'm sorry, Italy. That is not a light tank. That is a fucking, excuse my language here. That is a 4x4 with armor. that is literally, like, look at this. That is a 4x4 with armor and a turret on the top. I could make this shit in my backyard if I had the money. Because it would take some money to get that much material to make that. But if you're going to call that a light tank, but also call this a light tank, like what? What am I researching right now? The AA gun. The fuck am I? What am I researching the AA gun for? I'm research. See, I look long game, guys. I look long game. Medium. Okay, well the AA is kind of broken. Late game, but if we're talking about straight up. Honestly, this backline has the most combination. Thing jump scares me all the time. Every single time. Just make sure my mic's set up properly, guys. I don't know what proper is when you have a headset mic, but we'll make it work. If I ever make an actual long-form video content about grinding War Thunder content, well, I'll probably get audio editing. Ooh. Yeah, I didn't think it could get any worse, but this is freaking... Man. When you really need to be mobile, you really need to be mobile with it, but you just can't afford to sacrifice the gun size. My lord. Oh my lord. Realistically, I do like tank destroyers, but for the most part, Italy's not it. Because all they have is this anti-missile tank carrier, which is fun if you don't want to play like the max ranks, but also, why is this in the lineup? This can get removed. That does not need to be in the lineup. Italy, honestly, I might put you off right now. Let's see. USA, Germany I have the most time with, realistically, and the way I can really remember this is just by the crew levels. Well, Sweden's gonna have similar to Germany, right? Oh yeah, they have that where is it? Ah yes, the Leopard. This one I think's the coolest, really. This bad boy right here. If I go into Sweden, I'm probably pulling out this bad boy. It's just one of the cooler tank designs. Very traditional in its architecture, but got some unique features to it. Damn, it looked nice. Their tank destroyers are kind of cool too. Big old cannon and things I can't pronounce, like the Panzervagialbolten. Okay. Yeah. Honestly, I guess I could do grind. I could grind Japan, China, Italy, and France, and Sweden. Just all my lower ones so that they're similar to. Well, actually, Japan's. No, it's Great Britain that I have some time in. Russia, I've got more time in, but I'm for some reason deciding to go down here. I'm trying to remember where I left off because it's all honestly been a very long time since I've been at it. Let me pull this up real quick. Let me just drop this over here and just make it super small so I can at least just see the basics here other than just because I can read chat from OBS, but I do not need. Is there a doc that just shows you? No. It's usage stats. I don't care about that. Oh, there is. Oh. Okay, I didn't even need to do that then. This can stay up here. Cool beans. Learning something new every day. Yeah, I think honestly, let's just go with that. Good. Let's just stick with Italy. Let's see what we can get done. I'm not really psyched to just. I mean, why did I think researching this was a good idea? What in my brain told me that that was a great idea? Artillery does. We don't even have artillery, do we? Wow. Yeah, this isn't World of Tanks. This ain't that other game. How about this? Tank destroyers. Well, I mean, do got some cool stuff. Indecisiveness gonna kill me, but I guess I'll at least try to unlock. Oh, I do have more. It's just that it pushes my rating higher. I see what I did. Okay, I'll unlock all the lows. That's fair. Dun, 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 dun. I do not ever buy any of this crap. I have gold eagles, but those are just what I have accrued from having that account for so long. I mean, those are just long term. Another thing I gotta look at is to see when I go into a game that has BR1 rating, what do I actually get matched up with? Because that's something that a lot of times people don't look at. It's like, okay, battle rating is 1, but then go look at the teams. I want to go here. I want to go for C.
In battaglia! Prepararsi! Carrista pronto!
So it's 2.0. Yeah, so like you get ranked with maybe 1 or 2 people that have 2.0 stuff,
Avanzare! Ricevuto, avanziamo.
which is okay. It's not terrible, but ideally, I know with air battles it's different. Air battles you'll get stuck in with people that have God knows how many tiers above you. People are like, that's not true. I'm like, yes, yes it is. Plop one right here real quick. I'm gonna just lower this a little bit more. For some reason, yeah, there we go. I don't want to lower my in-game volume down too much because I like it being loud, but I do not want you guys to be overburdened with the, oh my lordy Jesus. Well shit, my teammate is...
Another zone captured. We have the advantage.
Let's do some healing while these guys pull up. I can't tell what's happening, but
Avanzare! Ricevuto,
get
avanziamo.
a good idea just from peeking this corner.
Siamo stati colpiti!
Carro armato a ore 9 in prossimità.
Questa prima di servizio! Fuoco! Siamo stati colpiti!
Well, it's not doing too hot, but if we can hold down C, I think we'll be okay.
In area.
Yeah, damn boy, I'm getting cooked. Oh, I do have a gun? Oh my god. Ayo boy, he just wanted that. Oh my lord.
Siamo stati colpiti!
Okay.
Aviazione in arrivo.
Use that for cover just a little bit while it's oh, there's one.
In area. Attention to the map. Attention to the map.
I'm gonna need some help here, boys. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm pretty much cooked. Like, it is already game over for me.
Siamo stati colpiti!
That guy. Yeah, the guy coming from the backside. Yeah. Alright. Well, now the team... Are you okay there, buddy? Damn. Would have been nice if I actually hit one of them guys so that I got the credit for that kill. I know that's not how it always works, but sometimes if you hit a shot on them, you get the kill. Oh my lord. Yeah, I'm gonna go long back. Oh. Long backside. Because I can anticipate someone's gonna be there. I mean, someone's gotta be there, right? I'm gonna have to take a look at my keybinds after this match. I know that's target, but what does this button do? How about we just not wait and we just look at it now? Oh, I'm stupid. I remember. There we go. See, sometimes you just got to use those initial shots just to kind of see where their crew is at and just hopefully get some penetration. Just a hope. Hey, buddy. That guy must have been blind. Like, honestly, I wasn't even looking either. I was looking at my stream. I'm sitting here looking at like, okay, I've been live for 38 minutes on YouTube, blah, blah, blah. But then I'm looking and I'm like, damn. That guy just pulled up. I should honestly make that,
Avanzare! Ho ricevuto un'anziana.
Kitty! Oh, yeah, there's nothing else to do because they're about to lose, so. I know. Oh my lord, someone hit it faster than me. No enemy vehicles. Is that what it said? No. There's like 3 guys left.
Carro armato a ore 12. Distanza 500.
Obiettivo raggiunto.
They had to learn how to do that a little bit better, honestly. My targeting. I mean, I spent so much time freaking setting it up like 2 weeks ago whenever I was playing ground last time I played ground because I don't play ground. I'm just gonna tell you guys right now, not a ground guy. Mainly play planes, grind planes, usually low BR planes. But brake system, yeah, let's see. Well, probably that. It's probably the easiest. Now, leftover 70. Sure. It's the crew. Let's see. Brake reaction. Well, honestly, I would say that keen vision seems to be the most important, but let's just do that. Tank commander leadership, tank driving. I don't need to waste that because I don't have artillery for it yet. Mhm. Mhm. do need to. Sorry, I do need to check one other thing. Continue.
Equipaggio in posizione.
Preparatevi! Che sta pronto?
I think I can. I think I can. I upgraded the tires and it's still not enough. Oh well. Sir, there's only 1.2 attack, and that is the 8 point, so... Go pretty far out here on the side and see what I can get done. There seems to be someone sniping from afar. Isn't this a World of Tanks map? Am I like tripping? I feel like this is a World of Tanks map. Or World of Tanks did something very similar.
In prossimità! Carro armato a ore 6, a bruciapelo.
He's gonna be like, where did that come from? He's
Bersaglio
gonna get
colpito!
wrecked like that. Ha ha ha.
Carro armato a ore 2, distanza 300 metri. Carro armato a ore 2, distanza 350.
In aria.
Carro armato a ore 1, distanza 400.
Oh, so he's not even the one that killed me. It was someone else completely. Okay. Understandable, sir. Understandable.
Aeromobile a ore 12. Distanza 550.
Oh, this is a predicament.
Siamo stati colpiti!
Yeah, I figured. Dude, I just need some fucking tanks that can climb a hill. Like, is that so hard? Is that difficult? Is that difficult? Is that too much to ask? Is it too much to ask to have a singular tank in the bottom tiers that can climb a hill? Like, no, it's too powerful. Can't do that, sir. It's too powerful. You would be outperforming everybody. Keep it going, keep it rolling. Do, 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 do. Feel like I'm missing something, but who knows? There's one thing. It's getting gloomy outside. I need to turn on the lights in my living room so the cats have some extra light. Oh my gosh, I almost thought he was in the sink. Y'all crazy. Eating up my socks and doing all that crazy stuff. Oh, that's fucking beautiful. Oh! Hello? The woes of living in your own filth.
Equipaggio in posizione.
Prepararsi! Carrista pronto!
Riscaponto. Don't even know what that means, but it sounds important. Oh, just like last game, huh? Same map and everything. That's crazy. Don't hit anything because we're a tank that cannot hit anything and survive. Can't even run into a fence without fucking slowing down. Like, man, what's going on here? literally zero climb. Oh my god. Reverse is the only option? Question mark? Like, what are we doing here? Chief, I don't know if this is gonna go too well. I'm gonna hide right here.
Carro armato a ore 12. Distanza 400. Siamo stati colpiti.
Are we serious, bro?
Siamo stati colpiti.
All these wannabe loser panzers. What the? Bro. I get it. You play Germany. We understand. We understand. You don't need to just pepper us from 9 miles away all the time.
The enemy is getting closer to victory.
We don't need it. We just don't need it. We don't need it. Well, I'm not gonna go the same way again because they'll just keep absolutely peppering that area. You know what I'm saying? See, this guy's got the idea. He just keeps. Oh yeah, I hope I kill this guy. Gunner hit. That's nothing, bro. Yeah, just don't focus me and we'll be good. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I need to get this kill. Find where this guy went and give him the... Oh, there he is. He thought I was done. He probably really thought I was done.
Bersaglio colpito.
Oh, look at this man. Oh, he has no idea.
Meccanismo della trasmissione fuori uso.
Man. Does anyone know how to hold a perimeter? A perimeter? Go, you know, hold the line so that they don't flank behind? Oh my. AB-41. So you're telling me I got a camo for this hunk of junk? Sure, buddy. That's not even gray, bro. That is literally like dark metallic blue. Like what? War Thunder. What do you want? Like, do I have to explain it to you? Like, what is this? Santa, I don't want your decorations. Wow. So original. Dude, whoever's putting this crap on their freaking, like, are you serious? You just gonna put in the marketplace? Okay, cool, cool. Like, what is this? I thought airplane decorations were bad sometimes, but oh my lord, you can pay to win. Oh, it's game over, chat. It's game over. It's pay to win. It's pay to win. How is that fair? Oh, decals. There is no decorations. There's only... Okay. Victory marks. Yeah, I got the bombers. Italy. Where's... Cat's being weird. Let's get some pizzazz on our vehicle. You think? Something a little nutty. Something a little crazy, maybe. You have to pay for world flags? That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Y'all saw that, right? Man, if they come any closer to my power button, they sleeping outside. Not really. I can't put them outside. I don't want to pay for freaking deworming or disease prevention. Nah, they're indoor cats. They will stay indoor cats. But man, you gonna irk my gears. Was Italy an ally or an Axis? Do I care? Neutral? Tanks? No. Specials? No. Nah, you know what? Screw it. No decals. We're just gonna keep going into it. that might be enough to upgrade something in the crew training. Is there a shortcut for crew training? Because I feel like there has to be, so you don't have to keep clicking on that thing all the time. Let's see, logistics. I'll be the nice guy. Upgrade my radio stuff. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Freaking beautiful. I guess, yeah, it's autoed. Unless I wanted to stand out of the crowd and look like a freaking balloon. Not a balloon, what am I saying? Definitely spawning over here. More coverage on this side of the map. Staying over by sea. Absolutely, positively. See, now this makes sense. This is like what this vehicle was made for. Desert combat. Look at the blending process on this. I mean, I literally am one with the earth here. Sit back, relax, watch it roll in. Oh, we already got boys here. I don't care. Where they at? Show me where they at. I'll come in. I'll come in hard and fast. Man, you just gotta risk it for the biscuit, right?
Carro armato a ore 1 a bruciapelo. Avanzare. Ricevuto, avanziamo.
Come on, come on, come on.
Siamo stati colpiti.
Allied forces have captured that zone.
Aeromobile a ore 1. Distanza 500.
Meccanismo di rotazione della torretta riparato.
Might as well. Because as soon as I get ready, I'm gonna pop out on this man. I'm gonna absolutely destroy this man. Oh, he's already dead.
Ricevuto, avanziamo.
Okay. Well, that was easy. Let me just pop over this ridge here. When I mean this ridge, I mean this side over C here. TheHiddenSquid0o0, how's it going, man? How are you? I'm doing good. Could be worse. Oh. Yeah, I am so bad with light tanks. This is horrendous. You know, I'm gonna let the other guys get that kill. I don't need it that much. More of a strategic player anyways. Oh, this is the lowest BR possible. This is BR1, brother. This is low. I just started playing the Italian ground tree. And I'm honestly more of a air arcade battle player anyways. So yeah, this is oh yeah, I'm on the same boat as you. I pretty much only play air, but I figured, you know, I see a lot of people streaming and they pretty much all play ground battles. There's a few people that play air, but so that's their spawn, and I'm just gonna hopefully not get hit from them. Got a teammate here with me now. But yeah, this is the lowest you can really get at, and this is a light tank too, so it's even worse. Because basically you're just a driving paperweight. You don't got any armor. Especially with Italy, they're not very survivable. They kind of play like early German, because as you see, they have a machine gun and they have auto cannons, basically. I like to ramble, sorry. 6th place, and I don't think I killed one person. Nice. The thing is, I play air, but I'm having troubles with countries. I don't know what to go. I've got 3 countries, 4 BR and 6 BR, and like 2 rank in every other country. Well, here, I'll show you what I do. And this is how I made air kind of challenging, but also fun to play. Oh my god, I had so much. Well, once I get to the screen, I'll show you. So recently I've been playing China Air. And what I've been doing for pretty much all aviation trees is I've just been going in and unlocking all the BR1 to 2s, like the first rank, and just playing every single plane, because I find they're all a fun challenge. Now, there are things I'm skipping out on, like if I know for a fact that a country has really poor bombers, like, you know, certain countries. Well, once you get past a certain point, you said like BR4 and stuff, so you're in like rank 3 somewhere, almost hitting rank 5. It gets tough. This isn't my first account. This is like my second account I've had on this game. My first account, I pretty much stuck only to USA, and I went the whole way down to right around BR9s. But with my second account here, I've been kind of just focusing on playing as many of the crafts as I can. And so you're asking, what should I do if I've gotten to that point? Honestly, pick something that you find fun to play. Like if you love playing fighters or you love playing strike aircraft, do the top 3 in CO, like F-15s, and that's when I'm like, Eurofighter. Yeah, so if you're looking at long game, which is exactly what I do, you see the Typhoons, you see the jet fighters. Pick your favorite and just go for it. So like if your favorite, similar to mine, is a Russian S-27, Su-27, you don't have a favorite? Oh, honestly, my first question would be for air battles is like, do you prioritize having big guns, or do you want to have something that's agile and you can outmaneuver, out-strategize your opponent? Because your play style will kind of determine what you want. So you like agile. Realistically, USSR, your Russia and Japan are going to be your most agile planes throughout their entire tech tree. Japan, their Griffith is like super agile. They just have more agile versions of other countries. So like this is an F-15 Eagle. This is an American. You like Japanese? Okay, you like their armor. Well, then I'd go Russia. Um, Russia has a little bit better armor, and they're notorious for their agility. Like their history line for their entire MiG and SU series is all agility. I just like Japan personally because their lower BR tiers have really fun agility. But yeah, USSR is probably going to be your go-to for an agile high tier playstyle. Like even if I just I can't, I can go into here and kind of just jump into a test flight. I kind of show you these things are super agile. Well, it's more or less like how much time do you have to dedicate to regrinding a new tree? Like, if you're gonna be miserable like the whole time grinding a new tree, I wouldn't recommend just grinding every single tree like I'm trying to do with this account. But if you actually enjoy the country that you're grinding, then, or like that you want to go into grinding, then it's perfectly fine. America 6BR. Should you go to Germany or Russia, which I have beat? If you're looking for agility, America's not bad. America's not bad if you're going for agility. So if you're already at 6 and you don't want to spend the extra time it takes to go from 4 to 6 in Germany or Russia, then I'd say just stick to America. They do have decent agility on some of their planes. But if you want like the max agility for high tier, I would definitely, like that's what you're aiming for, I would definitely go for Russia. Say that to the P-47. The P-47. Yeah. P-47. Where even is the P-47? Oh. You mean the Thunderbolt? Because I mean this is BR4. Yeah, so the main thing with, and you don't need to know too much about, oh, you don't need to know too much about it, but the problem with this model type of plane and the style, and this just comes down to aviation, not even just the game sense or the knowledge, uh, but this is modeled after a Navy fighter. Like, this is not a ground fighter like airplane. Like, this base, this fuselage and these wings design is very, very stylized over their naval side of combat. So when you look at something that's literally classified as a Navy fighter, like a naval torpedo bomber, the fuselage is very similar. It has like an almost, well, that's a bad example because that's a very unique looking plane, but you get what I'm saying when you compare it to, yeah, this. It's like, it's very naval in its design. That's like the one plane I do not like. Everything I've tried is at least a bit tolerable, but not the 47. Well, the good news is the 51D is like one of the most iconic American aircraft, and it's way better than the 47. Like, way, way better. Like, this is astronomically better than the 47. Because it's based off of like a more traditional fighter and not a naval fighter, though they used variants of it in the Navy. Is there a 50s? Is there a... Nah, there's not one that I can test fly, but if you can make it, I mean, you said you were, let me read this. You said you were BR6 in America. Was that because you're in one of the, do you just not unlock certain airplanes? Because, like, I'll tell you right now, 51's very fun. Oh my lord. I need to turn down this music. This is horrendously loud. Can't even hear myself think. Yeah, I haven't played too much of America, so I can't tell you any real crazy details about the higher ranks, but I have played a lot of the other countries' air tiers. Or sorry, I have played America up to a high rank, but I pretty much, whenever I made that first account and I played, I pretty much just took this first column and went the entire way down, right? I never branched out to any of the other planes. Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're okay. So you're like P63. Where's the P63? Oh, over here. Yeah, the A5. Yeah, if you're, that's the lowest I got in each line. Oh, I see what you're saying. all things, I'm not doing bomber line. That's fair. I actually, funny enough, I actually started playing bombers. Uh, who was it? Was it Italy? I think it's Italy and China. I just started trying to do bombers, but that's just for fun time when I'm bored and I get mad at, playing all the other types. But yeah, I mean, just boils down to if you want to continue with USA. Germany with tanks and a HS-129. Oh, the plane. Yeah, the strike plane. Haven't unlocked it yet, but as you can see, I'm researching this lineup. And the only reason I do it a certain way like this is because you get actually research bonuses if you obviously stick to that lineup and you just transfer your crew over and over and over and over. But yes, I did look at this one, and I am pretty excited. It's like a flying tank. Another thing, if you don't know whether or not a plane's going to be great or not, or you're going to want to sink time into it, during this test flight, if you can test flight a plane, a lot of people don't know this, vehicle modification reference is going to be what the plane's completely new and repaired versus current is going to be what it would be like when you first get it. So if you put current, that's going to be like you just bought the plane, you have 0 modifications on it. If you put reference, it's going to be a fully upgraded version of that plane. I'll go to current because I'm going to get this plane probably in a day or two of grinding. So this is what it would feel like right out of the box. Yeah, it's got recoil. That's crazy. Is this the... Wow, this cockpit is weird. There's no way. That's awesome, actually. You have gauges on the outside of the plane. That's wild. They must have made some serious, trying to think my keybinds. They must have made some serious cuts in the budget if they're doing that. Yeah, that's actually really cool. Thanks for letting me know, because I was going to get this plane anyways. I just didn't realize it had a cannon on it. Oh, I use cockpit just because I like seeing the interior whenever I'm just fooling around in test flight or just to know like a little bit more about the planes. Like the fact that this guy's got a literal ammo belt going around his leg. And then being able to switch between all of them. I just fly the planes, yeah, and that's totally understandable. I just love military aircraft so much that I get a little bit too invested in the lore and reading. I actually just started reading a book about Big Week, which is like one of the biggest air battles that ever happened over Europe. And so yeah, I'm a little bit more than obsessed with military aircraft. And hey, thank you again for hanging out on my stream, man. I do appreciate it. I mean, I've pretty much only been streaming for this week. I used to stream back in college, but I never found the time to keep it consistent. So thanks for joining and seeing how my journey's going here. Just for you, I'll play some air battles. Yeah, dude, that's awesome. Not a lot of people are. You don't have to if you don't want to. Well, honestly, I was just gonna keep grinding out the Italian. I was just gonna keep grinding these Italian tanks, um, which is probably what I'll keep doing. But yeah, it's awesome. Not a lot of people are that kind and just generous to just go around and chat to one viewer or two viewer streams. Aren't Italy for speed? I was lied to. So, Italy light tanks. Are you talking about planes? Because it depends what you're talking about. Ground? Yeah, so their light tanks are very fast, but they have a slow acceleration. So that's bad. And also, they can't climb any hills. Like, not a single... Like, even the smallest pebble will stop them. The only one that... I mean... Of what I've... Out of these first two starting ones and the ones that I test drove in the premium category, I could tell that they were iffy.
Nei veicoli, preparatevi. Canista pronto.
No, so the reason I'm playing Italy is because I want to get their medium tank, their high tier medium tank. So I figured I might as well get the torture out of the way for their small stuff. Also, is my audio still too loud? Because like I feel like this didn't change at all. It's fine. Okay. I'm just looking at my OBS and it looks like the audio is louder than my mic, but
Siamo stati colpiti.
there we go.
Bersaglio colpito.
Yeah, I guess I am torturing myself though because I'm just really trying to get these low BRs out of the way so I can get into the medium tanks for Italy. Other than that, most of the time I only play Germany, Russia, and Britain.
Enemy forces have captured a zone. Most of the strategic zones are captured.
Okay, well that's good. I mean, I'll do tweaking on my audio here and there once I figure out. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I'll be tweaking my audio settings as I go. Different games have different freaking audio issues that you run into. Is it me or is this map just like super dark? Hopefully the sun comes out. I'm gonna pull over here. Just go down. Follow my Panzer buddy over here. Hopefully we don't get blindsided from the left here. There's definitely someone in this building. I can hear them. So I'm gonna just pre-angle this. Well, not in this building, but...
Another zone captured. We have the advantage.
Siamo stati colpiti.
I love when anti-air... because you adjust the headset and audio stuff for a game, and it's like totally wrong. Yeah, I feel that every time, dude. Every time I start up a new game, or like sometimes even games I've already played, I'll open the game after an update or something, and the audio will just be completely wrong. Like something happened whenever I updated it. Oh no. Oh yeah, I'm pinched. It's game over. It's game over. Yeah. What other games do I play? Well, I actually just recently got this computer. A little bit before Christmas. So the only thing I really have installed right now is like War Thunder. I got No Man's Sky on sale. Haven't really played. I played like the intro tutorial of it. I play Mech Warrior. A lot of people don't even know that that game exists, but Mech Warrior Online, like not the single player version, but like the PvP game. Any games you actually looking at for streaming? Yeah, probably will end up streaming. Well, mainly a lot of War Thunder, but also some Valorant. Marvel Rivals just came out, so I'll probably stream some of that, even though it's a super saturated like market on Twitch and stuff. But just because I like playing the game, so why not stream it while I'm playing it? It can't hurt. So unless I start losing frames, and then yeah. So, but right now I just don't have a lot of money to buy new games to test out and stream because I bought the computer. So single player games I'm thinking of actually looking into as well, but the problem is not a lot of people watch Let's Plays, and things like Minecraft are super oversaturated as well. And it's not like I'm really trying to exactly going down to what's popular on Twitch. I'm not trying to make a channel or like a streaming just so that I can get subs or followers or anything. I'm just playing for fun. So yeah, I just play games that I like. And if it's streaming to nobody, it's streaming to nobody. And if someone as generous as you pops in every hour or so, every once a month or whatever, that's fine by me. I have no quorums against that. It's exactly why I play video games, is because I like video games, not because I want to just be popular or do whatever's trendy. Did I play tanks on my other account? No. So back then, I was playing World of War Thunder just for planes, and I would play World of Tanks. Sorry, War Thunder for planes and World of Tanks for tanks. So back then I figured, okay, well, if I'm gonna play planes, this is kind of like War Thunder is like the only game that has a good plane mechanics. So I played planes on here, and I never thought about playing tanks on here because I back then kind of liked World of Tanks because it had HP gauge system instead of actual realistic damage system. So that's why I played World of Tanks a lot. But yeah, if you want tanks. So from the little that I've played tanks in the past month or so, I'll kind of give you a rundown of the... I mean, do you know what about... I don't know what countries are good for ground. So they all have their own little niche. And you can kind of look by just looking at the stats, like usually they'll have cannon, machine guns. Some countries don't have machine guns. So like China. Oh wait, sorry. I guess all of them do have machine guns. France, yeah, so France, Italy, Sweden, they're all very similar to Germany. And the only thing they're good for is their light or their medium tanks. So as you can see, the highest they go is medium tanks. There is not a single, well actually there are a few heavy tanks, but most of it's medium and light tanks and your anti-air. Um, if you like anti-air, they're really good at anti-air, but yeah, so USA, they're gonna just be your most casual, easy to play ground because they have everything and they're decent at everything. I would say their anti-air is not the greatest, except for the very, very top tier. But yeah, America's super basic. You're not gonna have a hard time getting into them and what they do. It's more or less, do you like medium, light, or heavy tanks? And if you don't know yet, I would just recommend going into a country and just testing out. Find a rank that has all three, like tier 3 America tanks, and just go in and test drive all three of them. They might not all be exactly the same battle rating, but if they're in rank 3, they're going to perform pretty much the same. So you go in here, test out this, test out that, test out that, see what makes sense, what you like, medium, light, or heavy tanks, or tank destroyers even. Um, and you can do that for all the countries. I am a huge proponent. Like I tell people, always test drive these premium tanks, especially if they're similar to something that you want to unlock in here, but you don't have the ability to test drive it yet. I highly recommend test driving pretty much every premium that you're interested in. Not to buy it, but because it might be similar to something in here. To answer your question though, countries that are good for ground is going to be USA, Germany, and Russia. Those are going to be the most fun to play. A lot of people like Germany because it has unique and very iconic things like the tiger, the panther, the leopard once you get higher tier, but even their lower tier stuff, super fun to play. So the thing with that is you don't really have to worry about that with, if you're testing premiums at least. 80% of the time, maybe not at 70% of the time actually, but like 70% of the time, the premiums are always going to be just a better variant of something that's in the tree. So if you don't like the better variant, you're not going to like the normal one, if that makes sense. So the KV or the KW2, if you don't like this, you're not going to like the regular version in here, which that's a version of, where is that? Honestly, some of them might not even exist either. That's the other problem. Some of them might not actually exist in the normal tree, or at least in the same bracket, because sometimes these premium ones like this might be a prototype version of a tank that comes later down the line in the tree. And that's more common actually in air battles than ground battles. If you go into air, there'll be like a prototype version of a plane that you won't see until a later tier. Um, I don't like it, and wouldn't there be a chance that a tank I try either like quite bad compared to anything else in that tree? Yeah, I just don't think it's a huge problem, because if you don't like the premium version, if there is a version of it, how would I know if I like the tank? Like, all you do is just shoot targets in testing? Well, that is a good point. If you're in testing, the only thing you'll really be able to tell is, okay, I would recommend picking like the reference, but my game doesn't crash. You're just hitting targets. The main thing you're looking at is,
Richtschütze bereit.
Ladeschütze bereit. Panzer.
does it move, does it shoot, does it feel how you want it to feel, right? Movement's probably the biggest one. Does it move how you expect a medium tank to move? And you actually can set up, and this is one of the things you might not know from the testing in here. Movement and shooting targets, like you said, it's not like super helpful, but if you go into preview and you actually just do some basic protection analysis, what if I have never seen, watched, or basically played tanks? How would you know? Oh, yeah. No clue whether it's good or what is not good. And that also comes down to sense, like, if you haven't played, you don't know what your play style is yet, so you don't really know what country would be best for you, and you don't know anything, right? So you're basically a clean slate. I would honestly just pick a country that you like the aesthetics of, and if you find out later that this is a slog and I hate the, like, they might look really cool and they the gimmicks of their country might seem cool, but it's just a pain to play, you can always just, switch over later. It's not a huge deal with ground battles. Um, Airplanes, I like to say they have more variables to them as far as just being an airplane. Got like 5 researched altogether through all countries. You know, and when you mean research, do you mean like actually researched or just the reserves? Good country for bomb, because I probably have 4 tanks and all that. So what do you mean by bomb? Like, four tanks. Oh. So like for bombing a tank in air battles or like joint battles? Is that what you mean? Or you mean like ground on ground just dumping on someone with like a really big gun on a tank? Because if you're looking for, honestly, I've never even, I've never even looked to see how that works. Like, I don't even know how you get planes and tanks in the same battle. Because whenever you use, like, when you use a tank, the, if you play ground realistic and put a plane in the lineup, that's how that works? Okay. I've never played ground realistic, that's why. I only play arcade ground battles. I usually do plane realistic though, sometimes. If I'm just grinding, I'll just do plain arcade and ground arcade. But sometimes if I'm feeling feisty, I'll play air realistic. Yeah, if you were to go to realistic and just do China for example. Don't like when they can see me when I see them. You want it one way. That's why I play realistic plus planes. See, it's just grayed out for me. I wonder if it's a oh, it's because it's not realistic yet. Oh yeah, so it does work like that. So in realistic ground battles, whenever you spot somebody, they can't spot you. Like it won't give them a notification that says that you've been spotted. Because I feel like if that's the case, then what's the point in having like a what's the point in having like a radio operator or like a or not a radio operator, but having like a like what's the point of having scouting options like countermeasures if yeah, no, so I know that okay, I know that there wasn't no name tags. I just didn't know that it didn't give them a spotting message. I thought they still gave you a message whenever your commander or someone like if your gunner, radio operator, or tank commander sees that you've been spotted, I thought it still gave you a message, but obviously I haven't played to know. But yeah, I know that they can't see name tags. Yeah, in Ground Arcade, I mean, you see the name tags, which I don't really focus on. They're more annoying than anything, because I usually can see where they're shooting from anyways. Um, but it's more or less like, whenever you get spotted by an enemy, it'll tell you that you've been spotted. Similar to, like, Rainbow Six Siege, if you red ping an enemy, it'll let them know. Um, oh, well, that's unfortunate. There we go. I do need to get to rank 2 on these. Yeah, I probably won't get into realistic ground battles for a while just because I'm spending so much time on just actually grinding out this account on arcade battles just to get through the beginning stages. Especially air battles. I pretty much only do realistic battles on air battles anyways. Let's choose a crew. Hmm. Yeah, I'm just getting into ground stuff, so I gotta figure it all out. Only problem is you have to weigh your choices between like, okay, if I play arcade battles, I might get more kills, and so then I might get more experience and stuff. But then if you play realistic battles, you're just naturally getting more experience because that's the way that the game mode set up is that if you play realistic battles, you'll get more experience because you're playing realistic. But the problem with that is realistic's way harder to do. Yeah, and that's the exact reason why I only play realistic very rarely is because of the XP cap per timing. So I watched a video recently actually, and the person was playing aviation top tier. They were playing in a jet fighter, and they explained that basically in high tier realistic jet battles, you can only earn a certain amount of XP every 15 minutes. So that actually drastically decreases the amount of like wasted or amount of XP you can get because you waste XP. If you get more than a certain amount of kills or XP within 15 minutes, that excess XP just disappears. So you have to be strategic about it. So you get more from actually just at the super high levels. You get more from just going out, killing one or two people, going back to home base and sitting on the runway for a few minutes, and then going back out on the field. Because realistically, or the realistic air battles at the high level, they take super long because no one wants to die, so everyone's super scared to get in an engagement. When they do get into engagement, it 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 either goes really quickly or really long because they just keep dogfighting and using missiles, and they keep missing because they keep shooting chaffs and flares and things like that. Um, so arcade is definitely your best bet if you're just trying to get a consistent amount of XP and not have to worry about timing your XP rates and doing all that kind of stuff, especially when you get into the higher levels. It's just not worth it. Are Italy Air actually good for anything at all? Um, High tier, I would say no, not at all. Um, unless you really like the Typhoon and you want to play the Typhoon, go for it because it's a brand new vehicle for the Italian version of it. Um, there's nothing really crazy about the Italian lineup. I would say though, their low ranks are really fun um, because they're just different variants of other countries' like fighters. So as you can see, they have the 47D here in the Italian line, and it's just a different variant of the plane, right? So different countries, they have different airplanes, right? But a lot of countries, and this is just a historical fact, they borrowed the exact same design or the exact same plane from other countries and just put their own guns or different guns in it. Um, so yeah, it's like Italy's fun if you like variants of airplanes. Um, like if you really like certain airplanes from Great Britain, and you're like, oh, I wonder if there's a cooler version of this plane in the Italian lineup or something like that. Um, but yeah, other than that, they're not great. Um, the only reason I'm playing them is because they have the very iconic Su-22, which is like one of my favorite um, bombers, like early Russian bombers. So what are Russia good for ground? Because I'll be playing it for air. So you're asking, is Russia good for ground as well because you're playing them for air as well? Yeah, Russia ground is in like any tank game, whether it's World of Tanks or War Thunder, is notoriously good because they have high one-shot potential. They're not like Germany or any of the other smaller countries where you're going to be rapid firing people, but their tanks pack a huge punch. Like they will absolutely, if you hit them in the right spot, it'll one-shot people because their guns are so powerful. They are super slow though. Like they are some of the slowest tanks in the game. Their light tanks in the early stages aren't bad, but the further you go down, the heavier and the slower they get. Um, so that's something to keep in mind. But they are super hefty. They can take hits and they can deal out hits. Um, obviously, if someone else is running Russia or someone else is running one of those countries that have high caliber one-shot potentials, you're gonna get cooked either way. That's just how this game is because it's based off of realism and not health points. But they do have really good damage output. That's the one thing that they're known for is damage output and just armors in general. Like speed is also why I don't like bombers. I'll just be watching TikTok or something until I get to the place I want to go. Yeah, fair enough. Um, I just like the satisfaction of getting like a bunch of target kills from like grounds, tanks, and whatever. Especially with, I think it's yeah, China's bombers. No, sorry, Italy's bombers. Like their starting bomber, like their main bomber at the very beginning, this frontline bomber, it is slow. It makes sense. It's only 181 knots, which isn't super slow. Um, but I mean, you look at a biplane and it's freaking 205 knot max speed. Um, but yeah, if you're impatient, bombers aren't your thing. That makes sense. Making sure my cat doesn't hit my power button. Um, Russia's gonna be slow when it comes to their army, but you'll hit hard and you can snipe people from far away, so you don't really need to go anywhere. Speed, but also firepower. You're gonna be looking at glass cannon builds. Um, well, notoriously, you're gonna be looking at Germany. They like their Panzer lineup here. Like if I just show you their Panzer III, is pretty quick. Like, might not seem like it, but it is. It gets moving. And the Panzer III is a little bit different than the Panzer II. For early stages, this Panzer III is really good because it has a actual cannon on it instead of the burst machine gun that most Germany tanks have. But as you can see, I'm just cruising along. Even a hill like this doesn't stop you because you're so lightweight and you're so, you know, you're super nimble. You can turn around really quickly. The reload speed isn't bad for a cannon. Obviously, this is like base. Germany's really fun if you want to go fast because their medium and light tanks do go fast. And yeah, so Germany's second line here. I will say you're gonna hit after you hit the end of rank 2 and you get out of the Panzer lineup, you're gonna go into the Tiger, which is the opposite. But obviously, once you get to that lineup, you can just hop over from here and just go over to, you know, their medium tank or something. They're fun in the early stages. They do get heavier. I'm trying to think of which one's still pretty fast. Because, yeah, they don't get another light tank until frickin' rank 4. And I can't even actually remember if this one's fast. It looks fast. It probably is fast. Let's see the stats. Yeah, 30, which is pretty fast considering. If you're doing Germany, I would just skip out. You don't have to do lines. That's the thing. Once you unlock the certain rank and you unlock enough of something in that rank, all the other ones become unlockable. So you don't have to go through these ones unless you want to get the research bonus, which does help a lot. But I was trying to look at the speed stats for. So yeah, I would stick with their light and medium tanks. So honestly, I would stick with their Panzer lineup here until you hit rank 3, and then I would swap over to their medium lineup over here. So when I say Panzer, these are both Panzers. So these two lines, both of these lines are viable. So you could either go this route, or you could go over here all the way to the max Panzer 3 here and then go over, or you could just go straight down. Don't you have to like have to get one above it if I complete this? So yeah, if it has an arrow to it, you have to have the one before it. But if you look at this from rank 1 to 2, it says it doesn't have any cutoffs. So every time you reach a new rank, most of the time you can swap over. But, well, I guess Germany doesn't have that luxury. You can't really swap around. Let's see. I know there's countries where you can just straight up swap whenever you feel like it. I'm thinking that might be... Yeah, so there's outliers. It's not always like that. So, you are right, actually. I didn't think about that. But Germany, if you go down this line in rank 1, rank 2 is going to be your only chance to swap to a different tree. Because after that, you're going to have to stick in that tree. If it has that requirement, though. If it doesn't have that requirement, like, must have previous vehicle research. Yeah, you're right. Everything rank 2. The only outlier is certain countries like Japan, which has one at rank 3. So rank 3, this rank 3, you can drop down. You don't have to have a previous vehicle. Um, I think aviation has some weird ones like that too. So like rank 2, you can swap around. Um, USA is a bad example. Yeah, pretty much you're pretty much right. Most of them are rank 2. So I guess Italy has the Yak line that you can swap over to at tier 4. But yeah, for the most part, once you get down a line, you're going to want to stick with it after that rank 2. Um, so what I would recommend is just pick between the two Panzer trees. And if you really want to just stick without having to swap over, should I go both air and ground for Germany? Uh, yeah. Like the BF 109 is probably some of the most fun you'll ever have in this game. Like if you've never played the BF 109, especially the high tier one, it is so much fun. It's also the very classic, iconic German fighter. Super cool. It's very fast. Like you're hitting a max speed of like 170, I think. When I use it, it's not that good. Well, the problem is once you get up to these higher tiers, even if you're in arcade, people are doing research. Like you can go online and find so much about air combat tactics, and I'm sure you've probably heard the word thrown around with effective air energy, um, and just how to battle people. So like if there's someone behind me or below me, I can pull one of these, or the opposite, I go up. I mean, there's just tactics, and that's the main thing. BF 109s are a high skill gap, low tier plane. Like you have to really, really practice to get good at flying this thing. Knowing when to use your combat flaps and when to not use them. Um, knowing how to jig, things like that. So being able to fly your plane like this while you're looking at the enemies behind you, and knowing, okay, if they're going to have their nose pointed that direction, I need to turn this way. Things like that. Um, and it's just practice, really, is what it is. But the BF-109s, the reason you're getting destroyed is because they are really, really good planes. Um, I wouldn't recommend, once you get past the HE-12, going down this line. So once you hit rank 3 and separate, I'd stick with the BF-109s because yeah, so you gotta, if they're predicting you because they're too far away and you get beamed, uh, what you want to do is before you do that, if you notice that they're too far away, if you notice that they're too far away, it's not good to do big air maneuvers like that because they'll just be able to predict you and shoot you because they have enough distance. If they're right up behind you, that's whenever you want to do those up and down snake turns and things like that, because it's harder for them to readjust whenever they're that close to you. Um, and then you could run the risk of like slowing down to make that situation happen, or you can speed up and keep your distance and just keep looking behind you and seeing where their nose is pointed and just kind of trying to, bait them one direction or the other, going side to side, not really up or down. Um, but yeah, I wouldn't recommend this aircraft in specific, the FW series. The FW series is similar to the P-47D. It's like their naval version, which, I mean, it functions fine, but it's just not as agile as the BF-109 series. The BF-109 series is going to be the most agile Germany lineup. Now, there is one really cool plane, and that's the TA-152, but you'd have to run through the FWs to unlock it. But how do I dodge when they are like, 0.6? They are close enough to shoot me and far enough for predictions. So if they're in the target range, like exactly where they want to be for their tracing, um, the best thing to do, and I'll kind of give you, well, I'll give you what I do, and it works probably, I don't even know. It's not very effective, but it has gotten me out of some situations. So say there's a guy on me right there, right? Now I'll put my trails on. So there's a guy back there. What I'll do is I'll turn my plane like this because there's a lower chance of angle that he'll hit the top side of my wings or anything, right? It's giving me a narrow profile, right? But then I'll also combine this by pressing my rudder in the direction that I'm facing. So if I'm facing, I just keep rolling like there's nothing. Rolling is not ideal just because even if you don't notice, it does add G-forces to your pilot. But what I would do is, and it affects your direction too much. So I would do one like either the left or the right like this, and I would just hold that, and then I would use my key button or my Q or E button, and I'd use my rudder. So I'd drop down. Same thing with the other side. You just use your tail rudder to drop down like that. And you can do it even more extensive like this, right? So you can hold it, let go of your roll, and you can go in an like octagon. So you go down and you come back up in a perpendicular, like almost the opposite direction, unless they're following you. Someone looks at me from like the top right. I just roll slightly to make it harder for them to shoot me. Yeah, and like I said, the main thing I just do is I hold down one of the rudders and I just aim myself towards the ground and then pop myself back up. And it's a little bit better than just doing, a classic like dive barrel like this. Because if you do a dive barrel, you're still in the same line. Like you're still in the same line. If you do one of these with the diagonal, right, and then you pull up out of it like this, you're actually changing your overall direction while you go down. So you're not coming out the same way. If they predict that you're going to do that, so they're sitting up here, I see someone do that, and I just like, oh, I'm aiming and I'm following that, and they can just shoot at you. Versus if you do that movement, they're gonna have to follow you diagonally, and whenever they get to this point, if you keep going over here, they're gonna have to pull on their stick and follow you like this, instead of being able to just follow you. You know, if you do a turnaround on them, all they have to do is go like this, and they can shoot on you from above. That's why I do pretty much all of the normal movements, but I use my rudder on top of that. Rudder is key. That's pretty much all I can say when it comes to dodging. If you can use your rudder, you can make a lot tighter turns. So what was your best plane on your other account and level? I don't remember my account level, honestly, but my best plane on my other account, again, I only played US Air whenever I first started playing War Thunder way back in the day, and I said it was rank 9, so it was one of these early jets was my best plane. Well, when I say best plane, like the farthest plane I got to. It's rank 9, and it was a long time ago, so it was before any of these, like, special planes came out. So it probably was this. This is probably the farthest I got whenever I played US Air. And it's a very basic jet, like super basic. Just got them. The cool thing is, though, it did have nose-mounted machine guns, which all early jet fighters in the war did, for the most part. That's because of the accuracy. Um, you don't have to worry about um, jets much better than props. I don't know. It's a love-hate relationship there. I honestly think that props are where the majority of the fun in this game is. Um, Jets are cool, but I mean, there's one thing that you have to worry about with jets more than anything else, especially the higher tier jets. And that's if this has missiles. This doesn't even have missiles. Never mind. But is missiles, right? Your lower tier jets, they don't have missiles. They only have jets are just for people, yeah, people that just want to grind out high level accounts and uh, you know, play high tier competitive gameplay. Uh, I wouldn't say props are for starters because props are technically way harder than jets. Yeah, the Su-33. My favorite is the 34 because it's actually a strike aircraft, but you can't test fly it. I think this one actually does have missiles. Yeah, this one has 8 ANIMs, so you can fire your cannon, but you can also, let's see, I need I guess the MiGs are the only thing on the map. Wait. There we go. If I have my missiles, Yeah, what you'll find is, and this is why I said this earlier. I wish I remembered what my controls were for jets. Um, I think props are actually genuinely harder than most of the jets in this game, just because of the addition that they added rockets to the game. So once you get to the higher level jets, pretty much all your problems go away if you can just hit a single uh, rocket, or not rocket, but missile. Um, um, hmm. Well, that doesn't work. Yeah, I honestly cannot remember. I also just don't remember how much, like the different jets have different radar functions, and it's a lot harder. So like radar, there we go. Switch to air-to-air missiles. I had to use the quick menu in order for. Oh, you're talking about the G-forces? Yeah, believe it or not, you can actually still get G-force fatigue in arcade battles. A lot of people don't know that. It's just very rare for it to happen. You have to be doing some crazy stuff. Um, yes, I do enjoy not playing Italy ground for no reason. Well, not no reason, but I would wish I knew how to. There's certain countries that are just easier to use their planes. I must have been playing the American Phantom. Now you got me curious. I gotta remember how to use the freaking missiles. Not that I'm anywhere near the gameplay for this yet, but there it is. So for America, all you gotta do is switch to your AM9s, and you can just you just press the space button, and then you just gotta find a target. Keep it in range, and then as soon as it's acquired, you just fire it by pressing space again. And that missed, but most part, you won't miss, and it'll just one-shot them. Yeah, well, what I did was I just went to, there's a few YouTubers out there, and they just do really good in-depth control videos for aircraft. And if you haven't done that, if you've just been like solo riding it since like you first started playing War Thunder, I would highly recommend. Even for some of the videos that are like a year or two old, they give you a really good idea of how to set up just aircraft controls in general and which ones you don't need. And like for me, drop bombs is space or my 3 button because 3 is really close to my W key and space is close to the bottom. But drop bombs isn't the only thing. If I'm in this specific aircraft, for some reason, whenever I switch to my missiles, and I switch to, well, when I switch to the missiles, all I got to do is press space and then press space again to fire the missile. And I think that's just because whenever you, when you're running American aircraft, the way that their radar is set up compared to other countries, they, whenever you switch from just your primary guns to a weapon toggler to hit your AM9s or AM whatever your anti-air missile is, it treats it as a bomb for some reason. So that's why I can just press the space button to shoot my missile instead of having to actually press. Well, actually, I guess for this I do have space as my missile. For other, for that's air to ground missile though, so that doesn't make sense. For some reason it still works. And there's even a control setup wizard. You can import controls if there's a YouTuber that has actual controls like on a file, which would be really cool. Some of the time they do that. You can just straight up copy their file and save into that. Um, the main thing that you really even worry about is making sure that your throttle axis and your weapon thing is set up properly. I have buttons on my mouse, so I can just hold those buttons to change my acceleration and deceleration. Um, some jets, when you get high tier, you need to have thrust vectoring controls so that you can change the thrust angle on your engines, and that'll be very high tier maneuvering that most of the time you won't need. Most of these are just your normal stuff though. I haven't changed a lot of this. The one thing they do recommend, especially if you're playing low tier, is just mount your first trigger as all of your guns, because there's a very rare chance that you'll ever need to shoot anything other than all of your guns at the same time. Unless you have a specific purpose, like on an attack aircraft like that one that you showed me, where there's a cannon and machine guns, it's basically a flying tank. That would be one of those times where you'll be flying, and if you're aiming at a ground target with your tank cannon, you would just go and press the second button instead of pressing your primary button. Or you can do what I do and use the title key to actually change your weapon control. I'm trying to think where I have it. Yeah, switch primary weapons. Yeah, selection modes for guns, for airplanes that have weird guns. The way that I get around that, instead of having to like rebind these, I just have this as my title key, and I can switch between my primary weapons. And if I want to exit the selected mode, I press Shift Q. So what that looks like is, if you, well, actually my camera's covering it, so you won't be able to see it, but right now I have my cannon and my missiles selected because it's the only selection option that my title key goes to. If I press Shift Q, it'll just default to my guns. And then if I wanted to fire my missiles, you see how it says no bombs down there? That's because I don't have the missiles selected. So if I wanted to fire those missiles, I would have to use the rocket button, which is Alt XR. So getting around that is as easy as just using the weapon select button, and then you can just use your bomb button for your missiles, if that makes sense. And I'll actually show you why I prefer that instead of having a keybind just specifically for that, and exactly for this this aircraft that you're talking about. If you look in the corner right here, these are your weapons. If I press the title key, it'll select both of them. If I press it again, it'll select my machine guns, and it'll just shoot machine guns. If I press it again, it'll only shoot the cannon. If I press it again, it'll just switch back to using both at the same time. Now if I want to get out of that, I just press Shift Q, and now I'm just firing all of them at the same time because that's what my normal keybinds are. Or I can just press 1 to fire machine guns and 2 to press the cannon. So I have like 4 different ways to go about it if I wanted to. If I don't have the time to switch that weapon select in the middle of a gunfight, I would just use the 1 and 2 button. For most aircraft, they only have 2 different type of weapons anyways. I just use Shift W for a switch between the first and second of both guns. That's cool. Yeah, that works. I would just well, me personally, especially if you run into issues, is I don't like having anything mapped to my movement buttons that aren't movement buttons, if that makes sense. And that's just because I don't want to accidentally move my aircraft whenever I'm trying to switch weapons or do a specific function, just in case I miss the shift button or it doesn't activate or something, my keyboard breaks or something. Um, Shift Q is okay because it's like your rudder, and if you accidentally tap your rudder for a nanosecond, it's not going to kill you. Power, W is power for you, so that's exactly why keybinds are important and why everyone's keybinds are different, right? For you, W and S is your power, but for me, my W is to point down and my S is to point up. My power is on my mouse, so I press my back button to go slower and my forward for that. Use arrows. Yeah, my arrows aren't binded anything. I wouldn't recommend using arrows in general, just because they're so far away from the keyboard for the most part, unless you're specifically playing only with a keyboard, because I know there are people that play the entire game without a mouse, which is doable, but I wouldn't recommend it. You can get a cheap mouse that has buttons on the side of it on Amazon for like $10, and then just map your throttle to those buttons, and then you can map these two. Yeah, imagine playing just keyboard. I'm telling you, I've seen people do it before. But there's a reason that I map W and S as an up and down movement key, And that's because of the maneuvers I was telling you earlier. If I want you to, without having to move. Yeah, if someone asks if you play just keyboard, they'll be confused. They'll be like, dude, what do you mean just keyboard? Like, how does that even make sense? But yeah, there's a reason I mapped the up and down is so that without moving my mouse at all, I can adjust my plane. And the reason for this is whenever you're looking behind you, you can move your plane in any direction you want with rudder and everything, without having to actually change your mouse. And so whenever you're done, whenever you let go of your movement keys, it'll just straighten out your plane because that's where your mouse is. Your mouse is just straight in the center of the screen. And so it's really helpful. Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. If you don't have extra buttons for throttle, using the normal W and S as throttle is perfectly fine. If anything, I would just use like yeah, I would just use some kind of button that you can easily press to switch throttles with, I mean, you can use arrow keys. I just personally don't like having to reach that far away to adjust my throttle. But if you're running at 100% all the time anyways, that doesn't matter. I'm just one of those people that likes to adjust my throttle whenever I'm going for dive runs and trying to hit ground targets so that I'm not flying too fast. Let me bring my camera back over. So let me get rid of the... I don't know if it's on your screen, but the red overlay on my screen is so annoying. When I'm gone, I'm gonna watch them. Hey, you have a good one, man, and if I don't see you again, enjoy. I'm probably just gonna hop back into some ground battles. But yeah, see you, bro. I appreciate that, Jay. See you in a bit. Actually, I'm gonna grab me something to eat. And maybe not. Got a few minutes. Try not to eat above my normal schedule. This is probably gonna be tragic because as soon as I click 1.7, it's gonna match me with people that are like 3 ranks higher. What are you gonna do? So now that's making me think. And this is why I play a certain weird way where it doesn't give you the... I hate how they do that. They don't tell you what the base is on that. I'm gonna bank on that. I'll get more penetration damage with that and not worry about exploding their tank and stuff. Yep. The skill of tank repair in combat conditions increase damage. Okay. Let's go into battle and see what these new bullets do for me. Did I set up anything else? No, it doesn't look like it.
Carro armato a ore 1. Distanza 450.
Enemy forces have captured the zone.
Carro armato a ore 1. Distanza 500.
Allied forces have captured the zone.
Yeah, I don't want them pulling up on me, so I'm gonna go around the side.
Carro armato a ore 1. Distanza 400. Carro armato a ore 2. Distanza 350. Bersaglio colpito. Carro armato a ore 2. Distanza
I'm not gonna lie to you, Chief. These rounds go hard. Almost makes this kind of good.
bersaglio colpito.
Oh, that dude is so mad I stole his kill. He's so upset. He's furious. He's like, bro, you really out here stealing kills like that? I'm like, yes, sir. Hey, that's pretty good. I'm already 3. I'm already 3-0. Okay.
Carro armato a ore 11. Distanza 300 metri.
Another zone captured. We have the advantage.
Carro armato a ore 12. A bruciapelo.
Aiezioni in arrivo.
Siamo stati colpiti.
Damn. Damn. That's crazy.
Just keep it up, and victory will be ours.
Man, I love whenever I load in and my graphics take like a solid minute to understand what's going on. It's crazy because I have my computer set. It'll literally tell me if it's getting overworked or not, because the color will change from green to teal to purple, or like dark blue or something. So the RGB in my computer will literally be like, hey, running out of storage here, running at maximum.
Obiettivo raggiunto.
Woo. U-turb. Your-turb. Your-turb studio. Yep, Your-turb studio. Please. Where's the yeah, go live stream. Okay, yeah. Stream is running perfectly fine. Hey, what's up, what's up? You missed out. I did so well that I unlocked a new camouflage for one of the guns. Or for one of the things. What I found out was this Profanaut, whatever, ammo mod is insanely good. Like, ridiculously good. That's another thing. The ammo types significantly matter with some guns, and they don't matter at all with others. But for some reason, last match, which I don't remember how you look at the previous match tab, but dude, I was doing some work. I think I got 4 kills last match. Let's customize this bad boy. Yeah, and I was just looking at my so with tanks, it's a little more, I mean, it's not more complicated, but it's a little different. So with tanks, you'll notice is like the main thing you want to look for is what millimeter it is, and if it's an autocannon or like an actual gun, because that'll tell you if it's going to be rapid fire or just like a straight up gun. Generally, the bigger millimeter, the better, but then you also want to look at fire rate. So this does 240 rounds per minute. This does 240. And this one doesn't even tell you right on the bat, so you have to actually go in here and look at its modifications to find out. Sometimes I don't even know. For some reason that one doesn't tell you what the fire rate is, but you're looking at fire rate, reload rate, and like modifications, what are you looking at? Well, in general, it's for the lower tiers, you don't really have an option other than to update your turret, but it's mainly the ammo mods. Most of the time, anything is going to be better than your default. The default for this is armor piercing, but then high explosive. So the idea behind the default for this is you pierce the armor, and then if you shoot in the exact same spot, you'll hit it with high explosive. what do you go for first? Um, Most of the time, you always want. Well, it depends. If you're running a tank that you think is slower than it should be, then you'd probably want to do tires and suspension, or something that'll affect how fast it goes and how well it climbs up hills. But if you think that it's already got good maneuverability, which if you don't know or not, but you'll know if it has super bad maneuverability. Um, but yeah, go for your horizontal drive. This is probably the most important. It determines how fast you can move. It's based off of its general stats. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. If it has generally very poor max speed, then you might want to look at that. If it has really high max speed like this thing does, this thing's pretty much just as fast as the German Panzer I, which makes sense, then you don't have to worry about max speed at all. What you want to worry about is how well you can turn your gun, what the stability and elevation of your gun are. These three right here are important. Elevation is important because some of the maps, they have hills. Questions about stream? Yeah, sure, man. What do you got? But yeah, I would focus on firepower in general. If you're just looking to do damage and not have to shoot 10 or 20 times before you kill someone, then definitely do firepower. How long will you stream for, and do you have a set schedule? Yes, so I will be streaming for probably another 30 minutes or so. Um, when I end my stream on my Twitch channel, you'll be able to see basically when you go to my homepage for my channel, you will see instead of my stream, you will actually see just like my homepage, and it'll tell you my schedule on there. But I usually only stream from like 5:30 to 7:30. I started my stream earlier today, a little bit earlier, just because I was bored. But I do have a YouTube that I pretty much just simul stream, so I'll stream on here and it'll automatically stream to YouTube. And I haven't actually posted any real YouTube videos yet, but I'm getting to working on long form content videos. Um, but as you can see, I'm live on YouTube as well. Uh, I did make a Discord, but obviously I don't have anyone to join it right now, and you have to have a certain level of Discord server for you to be able to like share your link. That's you know a long-term link. Uh, but yeah, I usually it's gonna be 5:30 to 7:30 because I work from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. So I get home. No, I'll pretty much stream every day because all I do is play video games when I'm not at work. I mean, if I know for a fact that I'm going to be doing something else that day, like, I don't know, riding my bike because it's good weather out, go mountain biking or something, then yes, I will send out an update on my channels and say, hey, no stream today. Um, but for the most part, I will always stream Monday through Friday, 5:30 to 7:30, uh, which is basically just a nice little window of like I get off work, I have some time to run to the grocery store or just chill out before I start stream, do whatever I want to do for that hour, go on to the stream, spend an hour, a few hours on stream, and then the reason I cut it off at like 7:30 or 8 o'clock is mainly because I have to eat sometimes, and I usually eat dinner at 7:30 or 8. Right now, for me, it's 7:17. I live on the East Coast Standard Time. So yeah, I'll probably be getting off here in like 30 minutes. So probably not exactly 7:30, but almost 8 o'clock. I'll be getting off. I want to play a few more games just because I spend so much time just doing other things today that I didn't actually get time to play uh, before my stream started. I was messing around with all the settings and stuff. Hey, yeah, if it's if it's late for you, that's perfectly fine. I personally uh, will stay up till like 1 or 2 a.m. East Coast USA time and just watch streamers and YouTube videos and stuff because I work from 7 to 4. And most people, it's even worse. They work like 9 to 5s or something where like the only thing they have time for is to go home, cook, work out, and do stuff like that. It's fine. I stayed up till like 5 yesterday. It's fine. Plus, I don't go to sleep earlier than 11 p.m. Yeah, on even during work days, I'll probably like the only time I'll force myself to go to sleep is if it's already like past midnight or something. People say all the time, like, oh, I can run off of no sleep or whatever. I'm just gonna be realistic. It's not that I can run off of no sleep, it's just that I choose to not sleep because I don't care. Like, my body health isn't as important to me as just having fun in life. And some people say that's stupid because then you're going to live a shorter life or whatever, and you age faster if you don't get enough sleep. If you don't get more than 4 hours of sleep, your immune system drops by like 200, 400%, which is an actual fact. But that being said, I couldn't care too much. I'm only like 24 years old, and for the most part, I have good cardiovascular health. I am a little bit overweight. That's why I got into mountain biking. But yeah, I play video games. It's the only thing I really care to do in my free time, other than certain hobbies here and there. But I have no reason to really share those hobbies until I get into the realm of making long form content. I would like to know why my Canon is aimed backwards like this. Like, what happened to my camera view? Why is it... Yeah, it's probably your circadian rhythm's all wonky. Someone help me. Why the hell is my gun so far? My gun's like broken. Are you seeing this? Like, whenever I aim straight, it's aimed in the sky. What did I do? Help! Help! How do I lower my gun? Yeah, how do I lower my gun? Bruh. Pressing every single button on the keyboard, bro. Try like aiming? Well, it doesn't matter because there's a bomber on me. Artillery strike. But yeah, I'm curious, why is my gun doing that? Let's see if it does it on this. No? It must have just been a glitch or something. I don't know. Might be a skill issue, yeah. That's okay. I already have that tank almost maxed out anyways. So this thing is a lot slower than the other one though. Oh, I did do something to my... There we go. My thing wasn't displaying on the bottom.
Aeromobile a ore 1. Aeromobile a ore 1.
Going to C, even though B is getting capped. Actually, I can take a shortcut here and go to B. Oh, please don't land on me. That would be terrible. See, that was my bad. I thought the aircraft was shooting at me, but it was a Panzer, like a German tank from far away. Yeah, I do like the new PC. It was definitely worth the investment. Got most of the parts from Newegg, which is like an electronic website you buy electronic stuff from. Why are my graphics weird? Anyways.
Aeromobile a ore 12. Distanza 1300.
Yeah, it's like the HDR just doesn't want to work sometimes. But yeah, it was real fun. Buying all the pieces, waiting for them to show up in the mail because they didn't all show up at the same time because they're not ordered from the same place. Like, yeah, Italy is pretty bad. It's fun whenever you stick with your other like light tank teammates. The only problem is sometimes your other light tank teammates are too fast for you, like in this. Well, this isn't a light tank, this is a medium tank, but still. If you're not with your team, it's pretty bad. It's just like a recon. But yeah, the PC was fun. I just hated the fact that like I had everything I needed to build the PC, and like the case itself was like the last thing to show up to my house. I'm gonna just jam myself right up here. Actually, no, that's a terrible idea. I'm gonna jam myself in the ruins over here. But then building it was an absolute challenge because all the cable management and stuff. But yeah, actually just having the PC is really fun because I can just like, I've had games in my Steam library or like on my accounts that I had never had the chance to play just because of the fact that I didn't have a good enough PC to play it. But now that I have a good enough PC to play it, I can play all the games that I couldn't play, but also I don't have to worry about, you know, when I go to buy a video game if I can play it or not. I can pretty much buy any game I want and play it. Maybe not at max graphics, but I'll be able to play the game, which is something that, you know, when I was younger in college, this was only like 4 years ago, where I just could not play the games because I only had like a $200 business laptop from Walmart. So when you start thinking about it, don't fart or steam. Steam was like my first account I ever made, and I had my dad help me set it up when I was like 16. But when it works, it works. The problem is that with the UK, it's probably a lot different with their laws around how you input your credit card and how, like, you know, all that profile stuff that you have to get out of the way. But like, you can imagine me playing War Thunder on a business laptop from Walmart. You'd be shocked to even, like, how long it took me to even reach BR9 on American aircraft. Took a long time. I got time for one more match, and then I'll probably head out for the day. Probably just eat dinner, and then probably just watch other content creators, see what they're doing, see how I can make my videos better and streams better. I'll probably actually spend the rest of the night rewatching my stream and just seeing how I can improve. Maybe throw it in editing software and see if I can make a content video out of it. Problem with that is I really didn't specify the stream with any specific idea or content idea in mind. So like, if I were gonna actually make a video out of this, I would have had to, like, promoting on social is probably best for stream. Well, the problem is I haven't made a Instagram or like a Twitter or anything for this account yet. Like, I've only started streaming, like, really today was the only time today is like the first day I've done multi-streaming, so Twitch and YouTube. My plan is really to, once I start making actual videos on YouTube, is to go in and, you know, make content based off ideas, like playing Italy for the first time in War Thunder or something like that, where it's an actual content idea, and then promoting it on like Instagram, YouTube. Realistically, Instagram's not a great place for content like this. What you'd want to do is use YouTube stream or shorts and TikTok and things like that. Yeah, I already got DaVinci Resolve, and like, I've been editing film and stuff for a long time. Like, some of the courses I took in pre-college was filmmaking and photography and video making and stuff like that. So I already have a decent idea of how to edit and do stuff like that, especially audio mixing and things. But yeah, the only thing I really had to do is edit a video that actually already has a concept behind it. So like, tomorrow, if I wanted to, I could start Sweden and be like trying to play Sweden for the first time in War Thunder, and then make a video out of that, like use my stream and make a video out of that. But just streaming like I am now without a content like idea, it's really hard to make this into a video because it doesn't have an idea behind it. But like I said, I'm not trying to get big or anything anyways, so it's not like I really care too much about having an insane amount of followers or subscribers or anything like that. So what my real focus is just basically editing and streaming, uploading it. No, so realistically you won't get big by doing that. you actually have to have an idea. You have to have some sort of plan behind the videos that you make, especially if you're doing streams around video game content. So like let's plays, you can't just call it a let's play or something. Be like, you have to have a catchy title and an idea, concept behind your video. So streaming's fun and all, and you can use clips and stuff from your stream in YouTube videos, but the video itself that you make has to have some sort of general idea behind it. Mind you, I'm speaking from zero experience of just what I've been doing research on, trying to become a streamer and starting out, but I'm more or less a hobby, what they call a hobby streamer. I'm streaming as a hobby for fun. This isn't my main job. I'm not here to make money off of it. I'm just here to have fun, and if people enjoy and get to liking my content, that would be really awesome, but that's not what I'm expecting or wanting going into this. I just want to have fun playing games, and if people want to watch, they can watch. That's my main philosophy with it. Because you're not going to get famous just from continuously streaming to 0 people. And that's the main thing people always tell you. You can't stream to 0 people and just keep getting this idea that you're going to make it. You'll be having fun. You won't because you're playing Italy. Yeah, that's true. That might be true, but it's also kind of fun as a concept to play, you know, as Italy, just knowing the fact that other people don't play Italy and that it's something new and that like, oh wow, why is he playing Italy? They're so bad. And my main reason for that is just like, well, it's interesting to see people play an underused country, and on top of that, it's just it's a country that I've wanted to try ground battles with. I figured if I'm gonna play ground battles, I might as well try with like one of the worst ones, because I've already played a bunch of Germany and I've played a bunch of Russia. There's that Panzer III I was talking about. Fun stuff, that Panzer III, we gotta love it. Like, look at how fast that thing, the Panzer III is ridiculous. Play Italy Air. I have already tried Italy Air. It's about as good as China Air, which is terrible. It's like China's just a way worse version of Japan, and Italy's just a way worse version of Britain. So it's very very unique. That being said, like the early biplanes, the French biplanes, and the French like BR1s to BR2s are actually really good. But that's France, not Italy. Italy's pretty terrible in the early stages. But yeah, you need to be able to grow your channel if you actually want to have success in streaming and whatever. And then you get to a certain point where you get stuck at like 100 or 200 subs or followers or whatever. And for some people that's okay, they're content with having like a certain amount of views and followers. And for some people that's perfectly fine. And that's probably where I'll actually be. How bad is France Air actually? Well, I mean, every country is pretty good late game and balanced, but early game and mid game, it really depends. because some countries are only good for very, very certain types of aircraft, like strike aircraft or bombers or whatever. France is one of those ones, similar to Italy, where they just kind of copy a lot of planes from other countries. So it's not, you're not getting anything very crazy, but you are getting something new in the sense that they're different variants of other aircraft. I actually got to go over to see. Same with China, yeah, exactly. Yeah, top tier is all copies. There's that tier 3 again, or that Panzer 3. That's the exact same Panzer 3 that killed me earlier. That's good. Yeah, if like you just look at the tier tree for the top, they are almost all identical. Nice, I unlocked the good ammo for that gun. For that. Yeah, you go to aviation. Pretty much everything at the bottom is a copy of something. F-16 is in America, but it's also in Italy. Right there, you know. F-15, Israel has like a bunch of F-15, another F-16. Israel's the worst because they're literally every single one of their planes is just a copy of another country because that's legitimately how they ran the wars is they just had hand-me-downs from other countries. So the Spitfire, like all these are British or American planes. Germany planes, Russian planes, like they're all just copies of other countries. Like that's just a copy of a Phantom, right? Um, that's a Mirage copy. This one's like the worst offender because it literally every single one of their planes is just a copy. But it is true for all countries. There are copies. I guess Sweden would have the least amount of copies. Maybe not because they have the MiGs. But they do have unique planes. Pretty sure the Griffith only shows up, or the Gripen only shows up in theirs. Unless it's premium. But a lot of premiums are copies as well from other countries. Sweden, I think only the last line is a copy. No, because the Vampire is a copy from Germany's, where is it? Actually, maybe you're right. Not the Vampire. They have the BF-109 in the MiG. Yeah, so the last line here. All of these are original. Yeah. Most of Sweden is pretty... I mean, Sweden's super easy to go through because you just have one main line. But yeah, I'll be back on. Mm, yeah, America doesn't really copy anything because whenever you look at the war, they were the ones that were making the stuff, right? Most countries, only your smaller countries are going to be the ones that copy. It's like Japan, China, Italy, France, Israel. Those are going to be your copies. Only reason Sweden didn't copy is because, I mean, they did copy, but they didn't copy as much. No one's going to copy from them, though. Um, yeah, America's probably the best because they didn't copy anything from anybody. All their stuff was internal, especially during the war. They might have copied some of the initial designs for the bombers from Britain. Like some of the bombers might be very close to the British bombers. Um, Specifically this one. This one is quite literally super close. The B-34 is super close to the Lexington, which is a British bomber. Or maybe not the Lexington. Which one is it? The Wellington. Or the Lancaster. Maybe this one. Yeah, like, I mean, it's a very similar style to how British did all their planes with the two-wing tail design. But, yep, I'm gonna go probably just down these two main lines. Well, actually, I probably won't even go down this line, so I'll probably just go down this main line. You get two different variants of the Sherman. Three, actually. Medium tanks all the way down. I'll go down this line, but I also will probably jump down and go down this line as well, because this is the main one that I want to get for the Italian. Yeah, all bombers come down to the same design anyways. The Leopard, the variant of the Leopard that only uh, Italy has. The other Leopards from Germany don't look like this because the Leopard stopped. I mean, they have, it goes up to 12, BR-12. Um, it's almost the same, the 2A7V versus the 2A7HU, and based on my research, the Italy version is better. Um, so that's the reason I'm really grinding Italy, is that, and then also for this. Um, just their two main medium tanks, because they're apparently really good. And once you get past the initial stages, apparently Italy isn't terrible because you're basically copying American tanks um, in the mid tiers here. It is interesting though that the one Leopard is over here, and then it goes over to here. I don't know why that is, but oh well. You said Italy Air? Yeah, I've been doing Italy Air. Yeah. Tanks are just they're There's only a few famous tanks. There's a lot of famous airplanes. There's not a lot of famous tanks, and that's the main issue when it comes to naming conventions. I've been playing through Italy's airline. Right now I'm researching the bombers and the strike aircraft. But once... I think Italy Air is going to be one of those ones where I honestly am going to go down probably... For like strike aircraft and bombers or whatever, I'll probably go like down to here. But then once I stop, I'll probably just only go down to fighters. Because they just have variants of good jets here. Yeah, it is not fun. I'm really excited. Um, this one right here, this dive bomber, I don't know if you've unlocked this, but this is like the most fun. Like, this right here is really fun to play. Um, Favorite plane out of Italy right now because of its maneuverability and because it has an actual has the ability to dive bomb, but more or less is the guns. If you've never like looked at the guns on this, it absolutely shreds, and you can fire it for a super long time. And the bomb is a 250 if you have it leveled up, so it's like super duper powerful. That's probably gonna miss, but yeah, I missed. I forget how to bring up the menu. Yeah, you can see your bombs there. But that is a fun plane for the early tiers because you can actually like win the game just by playing this plane really well. But as you can see, I'm actually going for some of the bombers here. The bombers are the only thing that you have to worry about with bombers is right here when you go to the crew training, you go to defenses, you want to make sure your gunners are very high level because once I leveled these up, I've played matches like if you have a high enough crew level, like level 4 crew or something, no one can take me down. Like nobody can take me down because I can fly around here with my gunners enabled, and they will just shoot anyone out of the sky for me. I don't even have to, because obviously I can't shoot back. I mean, I could go into gunner view and do that, but for the most part, I play these guys, and they do not shoot me down because they just can't shoot me down. And then again, I've been playing the Chinese aircraft. This one's a strike fighter, which is very similar to the other one, but it doesn't carry bombs. Or, well, I guess has the ability to. I haven't unlocked them yet. But I have a level 6 crew on this, and my gunner will absolutely take... The main thing is having a high crew that can have good defensive stats, so that defensive stats are your main thing if you're going to play any type of strike fighter or anything that has a gunner, because then you don't have to worry about people that are trying to kill you from behind, especially the biplanes in the early rounds, because they'll just get shot down. Now, if a BF-109 comes into view, I don't know how high a level you need to have your crew be, but you'll probably be screwed either way. Um, I do like this one though because it has the lower gunner, it has 2 side gunners, and it has a top gunner. So it's covered pretty well. And whenever it comes to bombers and strike aircraft, I know you don't play them, but the modifications for those, the first thing that you go is you bum rush the turrets so that whenever you level up your gunners, the turrets will actually be good enough for them. Italy has really good dive bombers if you're just trying to get a bunch of XP and points early on. But also because a lot of these fighters are based off of Germany designs. Yeah, strike aircraft are fun. This is a cool one because it actually has 2 20 mil cannons. So it has the same exact type of cannon as their Italian ground unit light tank does. So that tier 3 fighter has the exact same guns as this tier 1 light tank. It has well, not the same exact cannons. It's a different brand, but it's still a 20 millimeter autocannon. So it's not the exact same gun, but it's pretty cool. Some of these fighters have cannons on them, which is insane. Like high round, like 12 millimeter. Like look at this. They have really good. They actually have speed that won't make you go slower even if you're going down. Yeah, yeah. Um, the only problem with Italian strike craft is like this one right here that you would have to research unless you skipped it. Um, this one right here is not my favorite because it's more of a bomber than it is a strike craft. It looks like a strike craft and it moves like a strike craft because it's not as agile, but you can move it pretty easily up and down as long as your tail doesn't get shot at too much. But it's got some guns on it. I just don't like the way it handles, but it does have some really good guns on it. Oh boy. But like it has a cannon. I disabled my gunners by accident. So if I switch to my cannon, you can kind of see how far I am off from the target. And if you really want to do some long distance sniping, you can probably get really good at this. But yeah, like I love the cannon on this thing because it's an automatic cannon. Like you don't have to keep pressing it. And it fires pretty rapidly. And I think the best part about this is it already comes stock with a really good gun turret on it, but the problem is the ammo count on it. I would recommend strike aircraft if you don't like bombers, but you still like the ability to take out ground targets and like bomb people without having either strike aircraft or dive bombers, because they have the ability to equip bombs. Um, oh, and Italy has some of the coolest BF 109 variants. So yeah, if you like speed, this is about as fast as a BF9 will get. BF 109. Look at the speed on this thing. This thing goes 360 knots. This thing is a menace. This thing goes so fast. Um, but you know that's a rank right before jets, obviously. But how fast is that in kilometers? Wow. Uh, there should be a setting that'll change it from. Why do I use knots? Because I just love aircraft and as measurement units, because it's the measurement units if you were to actually fly a plane. Um, Nobody in the aviation industry uses kilometers whenever they're flying because everything's based off of knots. Your takeoff speed, your landing speed, your vector speed for whenever you're flying a specific route, it's all based off of knots because that's how aviation pilots and stuff, that's just how they fly. They always use knots. Knots is the unit measurements for aircraft, as well as, fun fact, it is the unit measurements for naval ships as well. Boats and things also use knots, and it has to do with the fact that you're not actually touching the ground. Um, Kilometers, miles per hour, stuff like that is based because you are touching the ground and you actually can physically and super accurately track uh, the distance that you're going. Um, Knots is more or less about your actual airspeed and stuff like that. Call it something else. Yeah, I don't know why they decided to use knots or like call it the same thing. Um, but yeah, if I switch this to kilometers real quick, it should be able to show me now how fast that is. Yeah, 665 kilometers an hour. So that thing is redonkulously fast. Um, Even this one's even faster, 721 kilometers an hour. So like super fast, like ridiculously fast. Like I'll move my camera so you can see. But like I'm level flight at like 400 in rising, right? If I start going down, I'm quickly reaching max speed, right? Like I'm actually over speeding the aircraft right now. So you can hit really fast on this thing. And in video games, it's kind of hard to tell how fast you're going because you're far away from the ground. But if you get really close to the ground, you'll actually be able to see how crazy fast you're going across the map. So if you're looking at a very, very fast, if you want like the fastest BF 109 ever, uh, it's probably going to be an Italian BF 109 because they kind of perfected the BF 109. It just goes super, super fast. And if you look, it has most of its gun is actually in its nose, so you don't have to worry about vectoring for your aircraft. Yeah, once you get up to like those higher levels, like right before you get to jet tier, like these are I mean, they're not Germany anymore. They're definitely not Germany's planes anymore. Um, and obviously these are premiums, but Italy goes pretty fast. Like even where we're at right now, the next fighters that I can unlock goes 450 kilometers, which is pretty fast. I mean, it's not insanely fast, but if you were to look at the rank 1 for France, it's faster, but it's also not a great plane. um, and France is very limited on your options. You gotta look at the BR rating as well. Another really fast plane is gonna be your Yaks. The Yaks are super fast. But yeah, that's one thing I did notice with Italy is their BF 109 is like really, really good. The variant that they have. If you look at Germany and you go to their BF 109, 665 cannon, 2 machine guns. It's the same exact speed. It has different guns on it, looks like. MG 131, MK 108. Yeah. So the Italian version sticks with the MG series, while the Germany cannon, it's a different cannon. Oopsies. Yeah, it's an MK cannon instead of an MG cannon. I wonder if any of the other stats are different here. Yeah, it has a better speed altitude ratio, so you can fly faster at a higher altitude. 21.3, 21.1. They're basically identical. Um, it just depends on what kind of cannon you want and paint scheme and speed ratio to altitude that you'd want. But I will say the premium versions are pretty ridiculous, like absolutely insane. Um, but obviously, no one's gonna spend money on BF 109s whenever there's already 100 versions of them in the game. But yeah, I play Knots because it's just it's just what they use. I don't know. Italy isn't bad. It has bad planes though here and there, like when you're going through the middle of the pack there. Um, yeah, I don't know. Funny enough, I use kilometers, meters, and meters. The only reason I use Fahrenheit is because I can get the exact numbers better on Fahrenheit. Yeah, I don't know why it has so much hate, because it's basically identical to Germany. It just has different types of planes. Like they have the FW in their second tier, while they focus on basically 2 full rows of fighters. Actually, Germany does the exact same thing. The FW line is just the reason I don't like the FW line is because it's modeled after Navy aircraft. Where Italy, they stick with the generic fighter for both of their lineups. That almost looks British, honestly, instead of. I mean, historically, the Spitfires and Typhoons are pretty fast as well. Nice. Okay. You going to be using planes and tanks? No, because I probably won't do ground realistic battles for a long time. Just because I want to get at least into tier 2 for most of them. Yeah, like the only rank 2 that I'm even close to is in Russia. I don't even remember playing that much of France. Oh, I guess these are reserve. Leopard. Oh, France's version of the leopards. I'll probably end up playing France for the exact same reason. These two main trees here, so make sure that I have that research proper. China is kind of a weird one. They only have light and medium tanks, and their tree kind of merges here. That's literally based off of. Yeah, that's quite literally based off of European. Oh, yeah. So I'm going with all of them. I'm playing all the trees. I don't really have any specific tree I want to go with. I just have specific tanks that I want to get in every single country. Like, I'll pick this tree for China. For Italy, I'll pick this tree and that tree for leopard. For France, I'll do the same thing. I'll just pick the two main trees. For the most part, I'm probably just gonna play Russia. For the most part, I'll probably just play Russia. Just play Russia in their two main categories. I will probably unlock the T80, but after that, I'll probably just go down the Russian lineup because I don't really. Their tank destroyers are cool, but you have to like know how to play tank destroyers. And I love sniping people with tank destroyers, but I'm not gonna get into it right off the bat with Russia because this is how you have to start out if you want to play tank destroyers in Russia. It is terrible. Um, but it's okay because you get very quickly upgrade to a fully enclosed shell, but still, only reason anyone plays Russian tank destroyers is because they want to get this, which is the pancake tank, Object 775. But you look at the X-ray, you can't even sit down properly in it. You have to like squeeze or angle yourself. But it is a very exposed fuel tank from the side if you can angle it right. So if you're like over here, I mean, you wouldn't die from that, but that's the other thing. This tank doesn't shoot cannons, it shoots missiles. It has a guidance, like, well, not missiles per se, but it has a gun launcher that shoots what is essentially a rocket missile. I'll probably play Russia for the most part. I'll play the other ones eventually, like eventually, just to get their like top tanks. For China, I'm probably sticking to their middle line here. Japan has some of the weirdest early tanks in the game. Uh, like this thing, I don't know how you call that a tank. Well, it's a tank destroyer, but still, like, I really do like Japan's aesthetic though, because they have like even their rank 3 or BR3s look really good. Yes, it is a 4-hour stream. We hit the 4-hour mark, and I'm probably heading out here because I am past my streaming time. But yeah, I'll probably play everything to a certain extent, you know. I'll focus on Russia though. Even though Germany's pretty fun, I rather play Russia. And get the Leopard variants for Germany, but also for Italy. Not super into playing USA. Get my Abrams, my M1 Abrams. Freaking people absolutely go nuts for this thing. And then maybe one day, I mean, you have to have requirements to even get into helicopter. Like, you have to have rank 5. Like, you have to have requirements to even get into helicopters. So I haven't even looked at those yet. But I would probably go with Russia on those as well. Just because they're classics. Though realistically, America has the best attack helicopters. If that's what you're going for. If you're going for a utility, it's gonna probably, well, not Germany. I guess it would be either Sweden or Great Britain, because that's pretty much all they have are utility helicopters. And then if you play ships, I've heard that ships are pretty much the only thing to play. You pretty much never want to play coastal because they're just not worth it. Yep, 4-hour stream. Congratulations to the viewership. Yeah, very realistic. The coastal fleet ships are pretty much useless in War Thunder. Oh, play realistic when people play ships. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't decided. I'm not gonna get into the naval part of War Thunder for a while. Um, but when I do, I'll have to decide whether or not I want to play realistic or not. There's not a lot of people talking about it on the internet, so it's kind of hard to tell if you're gonna. I have to watch some guides or something to figure out who would even be good to play what country. Anyways, uh, Jay, I'm assuming, is a nickname. Thank you for hanging out with me today in the stream, and I'll be back tomorrow, probably around 5:30, maybe a little bit early, 5 o'clock, depends what I get done or what I'm doing after work. Um, but yeah, thank you for chilling out with me, and hopefully see you tomorrow. Uh, Play some more War Thunder grind. I might actually switch it up if I get bored. I might play some Call of Duty, Valorant, something else, Path of Exiles. We'll figure it out. But see ya, and thanks for hanging out. Bye bye.